Hello, hello.
Yes. Good day, everyone. We will now have agenda item 7, collaboration with the operating entities of the financial mechanism. Before we proceed to that agenda item, we remind members that the Secretariat has shared via email co-chairs proposals for decision points on items 5, 6, 8, and 14 for a silent endorsement procedure, and that in no case of no amendments are proposed, they will be considered adopted at 2 p.m. Manila time today, March 2. Co-Chair Frode will handle the discussions on agenda item 7. Co-Chair, please.
Thank you very much, Jerome, and also good morning and good afternoon, evening to all of you from my side. And as my co-chair just announced, we will now resume our business on the item 7, collaboration with the operating entities of the financial mechanisms. And also just remind you that an updated indicative schedule for our program here has been circulated yesterday along with the decision points, draft decision points that Jerome just referred to. As part of the results from the second review of the WIM, parties requested the ExCom, in collaboration with the Green Climate Fund, as an operating entity of the financial mechanism, to clarify how developing country parties may access funding from the GCF for the development of funding proposals related to the strategic work streams of the 5-year rolling work plan of ExCom, and to include this information in its annual reports. As part of the guidance to the ExCom in Glasgow, parties encourage the ExCom to commence, continue, and/or explore potential ways to enhance collaboration with the operating entities of the financial mechanism to inform the work of the ExCom and its expert group on action and support. The ExCom's collaboration with the operating entities of the financial mechanism to date has consisted of 1. Holding a dialogue with the representatives from the GCF Secretariat and the GEF Secretariat at ExCom's regular meetings, and 2. Participating in the annual meetings of the GCF with the constituted bodies under the UNFCCC convened by the co-chairs of the GCF board in the margins of the COPs. ExCom 17 decided to continue to pursue strengthening its collaboration with the operating entities of the financial mechanism. The same meeting also decided to invite the co-chairs of the GCF board and the GEF Secretariat to ExCom 18 with a view to informing ExCom's work, including its work in relation to the second Glasgow dialogue. The GEF Secretariat will be represented by Mr. Ralston Moore. The co-chairs of the GCF board have delegated participation at the meetings of the WIM, ExCom, and other constituted bodies to the GCF Secretariat, and we will be joined by Mr. Alisha Matsanau from the GCF Secretariat. So the plan for this item is as follows. First, we will hear from the GCF Secretariat. After that, we will have the intervention by the GCF Secretariat and subsequently a round of questions. Then the co-chairs will invite members of the ExCom to reflect on ways to enhance collaboration with the GEF and the GCF and possible decision points under this agenda item. And with these introductory comments, I'd like to invite Mr. Ralston Moore, and we're privileged to have you with us in the room, Ralston, from the GEF Secretariat, to take the floor and share with us your presentation. The floor is yours, Ralston.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you for that. And good morning to everyone here, and good morning to everyone who is watching online. We put together a very small and short presentation, more so to kind of help to promote discussion surrounding the three questions which were given to frame the discussion. So next slide, please. So those three questions were basically how adequate are the current guidance mandates from the COP CMA for the GEF as it relates to loss and damage and its associated impacts with climate change. Where does the GEF see additional guidance, which is needed to allow to enhance support for loss and damage? And what are the aspects that limit the breadth of support that the GEF is able to provide to countries as it relates to loss and damage? So those were the kind of framing questions which we were given. Next slide, please. So I think it's quite interesting to note the amount of guidance which the GEF has received from the COP over the number of years, starting from COP1 all the way down to COP26. We have 126 decisions, 438 paragraphs on the GEF. And then that's just from the COP. And subsequently from the CMA, we have 17 decisions and 48 paragraphs which mention the GEF, which is considerable. It's quite a lot. It provides the GEF a lot of information. But as we can see, that guidance has been circulated around certain areas. The role of the GEF as an operating entity of the financial mechanism, the institutional and procedural reform, access, transparency, country engagement, reporting on greenhouse gas inventories and reporting in general to the convention, support for technology transfer, and obviously mitigation and adaptation. That is where those are the areas which has got all of the decisions and guidance which the GEF has received. And it's quite a lot. Next slide, please. So this table kind of shows where at each COP, how much guidance the GEF has received. And you notice that at COP21, this excludes COP27, but you notice at COP26, there were 12 pieces of guidance given, 46 paragraphs. So it just goes, there's a wealth of guidance, there's a wealth of information which has been given to the GEF to provide, to do its programming for the GEF to respond to help out countries. So, you know, sometimes a lot of this can be duplicative, same thing over and over, which the GEF responds to. There are a number of issues, but as I said, there's been a lot of guidance which the GEF has had to address, and sometimes, you know, it may not be necessary to have additional guidance in many instances. Next slide, please. So with that guidance, and this hasn't come out so right, but anyhow, with that guidance, I know there's a way you can make that smaller so you can see the projects to the left. These are just some of the projects, these are just examples of some of the projects which the GEF has done, adaptation projects, which show loss and damage benefits. So most recently, we've just approved the V20 with the vulnerable 20 countries a programming to basically assist countries with averting and minimizing the impacts of climate change. The objective of this project is to basically help the V20 and its member countries boost adaptation resilience at the community level, helping to avert and minimize impacts for climate change. This is worth 4.9 million and overall 8.4 million when you bring in the additional financing which comes from different areas. The second project to the left is one which is through UNEP, which is ecosystem-based adaptation in Tuvalu, small island state in the Pacific. And this basically is an interesting project. It targets a key crop which they call polaka. It's a staple crop, and it's to help the communities adapt to climate change with this particular crop and deliver nature-based solutions on shore to help defend against flooding and thwart saltwater intrusion. The third project is one in Niger, which looks at food security for small farmers, strengthening their resilience using ecosystem-based adaptation again and climate-smart agriculture. And then the fourth project, which was done recently, again looks at climate resilience of export-orientated agriculture and livestock value chains in Comoros. So those are the types of examples of projects which kind of address, these are just examples which kind of have loss and damage benefits. And I kind of looked through there's a little database which has been put together, and I think there are over 200 projects currently within the GEF database, within the adaptation portfolio, which have loss and damage benefits. So there's a good library, there's a good repos of information, and there's a lot of activity as it relates to projects which have loss and damage benefits. Next slide, please. In terms of sectoral distribution, adaptation, as you may well know, is funded from the Least Developed Country Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. And so from inception, you can see this is the kind of project distribution, the sectoral distribution of the types of projects which we have kind of financed, and mostly through the working with the LDCF, which targets the least developed countries. Most of those projects have been agriculture and water. Some with climate information services. There are some in the financial sector which address insurance and other types of activities. There's a lot of disaster risk management. But again, those are the types of distribution of projects. That's of September 30th, 2020. Again, lots of loss and damage benefits and activities there. Next slide. So this is for the Special Climate Change Fund. Again, adaptation is funded from either the Least Developed Country Fund or the Special Climate Change Fund. And again, water, agriculture, climate information services, disaster risk management, again, are key activities which have been financed. Again, those relate a lot to loss and damage. Next slide, please. Now, there has been a lot of discussion in the past whether the GEF can respond quickly to basically catastrophic events which occurred. And this is just one example which we have with the earthquake in Haiti in 2010, where the GEF, working with the World Bank and the IADB, was able to mobilize resources for solar applications, basically solar generators, solar lighting, in the aftermath of the earthquake in Haiti in 2010. And this only took a day, basically, to put together. So the GEF can respond quickly to emergencies and to catastrophic events. Why this is not a climate event, it just provides the type of example of the things which the GEF can do. Next slide, please. So I think, what are the limitations to support? What are the issues which the GEF has? Now, it's clear that there's a need for additional support. The more resources the GEF gets, the more things it can do. The Least Developed Country Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund are all based on voluntary contributions. Now, there's a strategy which was recently agreed for the period 2022 to 2026, which is a strategy for adaptation for that period to address the adaptation priorities of countries. And there's a cap system, again, because it's based on the fact that it's voluntary. There's not a lot of resources in these two funds. And the cap systems for the least developed country funds, they can get up to 20 million. And in the SCCF, there is a window which is to address the adaptation concerns of many small island development states that are not LDCs, because the GEF did an analysis of the resources which those countries have received to address adaptation, and they haven't managed to get many resources. So the GEF looked at this and said, look, we need to have a targeted approach for many of these small island developing states, because simply many of them have graduated from being LDCs and are not able to access the LDCF and are no longer eligible for these resources or concessional finance in other places, and are not getting resources to address their adaptation concerns. So if there's a need for more resources to address loss and damage, more support for loss and damage activities, then there's going to be need for more resources. And we also have to manage the expectations of countries, because you can ask the GEF to do anything. If it doesn't have the resources, then it simply won't be able to respond to the needs of the countries. Next slide. So, from the GEF perspective, I think there's a need to get clarity on the mandates of loss and damage. Who is doing what where? What's the complementarity? Who is doing? Let's just say, who is addressing sea level rise issues, or who is addressing slow onset loss, whereas who is dealing with comprehensive risk management. There's a need to kind of understand who is doing what, and kind of get that landscape very, very clear. I think there's a need for a little bit of clarity in that situation. What are the expectations of parties? What is it that they want? Can we have some additional clarity on that? What additional resources are there out there to address loss and damage? And where are these resources? If you want the GEF to do more work on loss and damage, then you're going to have to provide additional resources for that. And then the other thing is that I think we at the GEF have recognized, I've done many of these types of presentations and discussions before, and what I find is the people who I'm addressing leave kind of shortchanged because you're not able to put over all of the information you want to do. And then I myself feel like I haven't said enough. So, and I think this has kind of been a constant. And we also find there's a kind of lack of clarity and understanding how the GEF works, how the LDCF works, how does it happen? I mean, you go to meetings and say, well, why isn't the GEF doing this? And why isn't the GEF doing that? And why can't we have this finance? And why can't we do this project? I think we really need to sit down and go through all of this information and understand what it is the GEF can do through the LDCF and SCCF. And I think there's a need for that type of discussion. So we have a kind of like a proposal for having, not this ExCom, but maybe a future ExCom, as a more of a detailed session, not an hour session, but one which is a little bit longer, where we can look at these issues in depth, so we can get parties, the committee members, the observers, everyone can get a better understanding of the GEF, how it works, what can be done, what the guidance has been, and how we can all move forward collectively. So, Chair, that's it from me. I'm willing to take any questions a little later because I know you have the GCF. So I just wanted to give a few thoughts for discussion and the exchange later. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rolston, for your presentation. I think it was very useful for us, and I'm sure we are having quite a number of questions to you, sparked by your presentation. But let's have the presentation from the GCF first, and hope you, colleagues, you will then keep your questions in mind, and let's move on to Alisher Mamatsanov from the GCF, joining us virtually from maybe Songdo, I don't know. But Alisher, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and indeed joining from Songdo, so almost in the same time zone with you. So good morning to everyone in the room, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those joining remotely. My name is Alisher Mamatsanov, as was mentioned by Co-Chair, and I work as Multilateral Governance Manager AI in the GCF Secretariat. First of all, would like to thank the co-chairs and all members of the ExCom for this invitation to provide updates on GCF activities relevant to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change. I will plan to provide a very short update today, verbally, also bearing in mind that we had exchanges in September during the 17th meeting of the committee. So we'll try to provide updates based on what was provided back then. Of course, we continue to be governed by the mandate we received at COP25, and we continue to provide financial resources for activities relevant to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage in developing countries in accordance with the existing investment results framework and funding windows and structures. And that, of course, the mandate from COP25 and guidance was also transferred in relevant board decision that we are implementing. And as we also updated you last time, we continue to provide support through our main three vehicles: our Readiness and Preparatory Support Program, our Project Preparation Facility, and through our programs and projects. And of course, if we look at the Readiness Program, we support countries to implement relevant activities to improve enabling conditions, so enabling environment at the national level. And examples relevant for activities on loss and damage include impact and vulnerability studies, data collection and analysis, development or amendment of policy and regulatory documents, and capacity development of key institutions and strengthening of social safety programs. Of course, the Project Preparation Facility, as its name suggests, supports development of specific components of project and programs via preparation support, project preparation support. And of course, our funding projects and programs under existing windows on mitigation and adaptation provide relevant support for activities on loss and damage in developing countries across the entire climate risk spectrum. And of course, details of all these activities and with very specific examples of readiness activities, of project preparation facility activities, and the projects and programs are provided in our annual reports to COP. And the most recent one is the 11th report to COP, which is available, of course, on the COP27 website. So colleagues can also refer to that report for any details and examples of specific activities and projects. Also, as we reported last time, GCF is continuing to roll out of its integrated results management framework, which also includes two supplementary indicators relevant to loss and damage, which is a lot in terms of change in expected loss of lives and a change in expected loss of economic assets due to extreme weather events. Also, as we again reported last time, GCF is working on the results handbook to support the rollout of IRMF. And in this regard, we also welcome inputs and feedback from stakeholders, and including on possible methodologies to measure different indicators, including the ones that I just mentioned. So I can post it in the chat the link to that document, and just to reiterate that we would welcome any comments on methodologies. Mr. Co-Chair already mentioned our annual meeting with the thematic bodies, which took place on the 11th of November at the margins of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And we would like to thank very much the ExCom Co-Chair for his participation and for the suggestions and comments he made. We specifically noted his suggestions to, on behalf of ExCom, to consider ways to enhance GCF support to elements relevant to loss and damage within the next strategic plan of GCF for 2024-2027. And in this regard, would like to provide an update to the committee on the process of the update of the plan. As per the timeline agreed in May 2022, the board is working on the update of the document, and the first zero draft was published for the 34th board meeting in October 2022. Actually, yesterday, the board held in Paris a workshop on this updated strategic plan, where the board members could exchange further ideas on further elaborating the plan, which will continue, of course, deliberations in 2 weeks at the next board meeting, which will take place here in Songdo, and with a view of concluding the consideration of the plan in July 2023 at the 36th meeting of the board. So we will be, of course, updating the ExCom on the process of the strategic plan, and once it is concluded and adopted, we would be happy to provide a presentation on this, including on any possible elements relevant to loss and damage that the board will wish to include in the plan. Also, of course, just as a reminder, to inform the committee that we are in the middle of our next replenishment process. So for GCF2, so this is a very busy year for GCF, as you can appreciate, and with a lot of important also strategic milestones. Coming, of course, to the major developments on loss and damage agenda, as came at COP27. Of course, we follow them very closely, especially on the funding arrangements and the full operationalization of the Santiago network. So as the GCF would be happy to engage in relevant processes based on the requests of the parties and also possible requests from UNFCCC Secretariat. Of course, we will be, this also includes, of course, possible engagement in the next Glasgow dialogue. We are fully open for cooperation and engagement there. Also, of course, coming now and a bit linking with the presentation of our colleague Rolston on the different complementarities between different entities that provide support relevant to loss and damage. Fully agree there, and we also note that the transitional committee would plan to work on a mapping of different support available. So again, we look forward to provide any possible inputs there on behalf of GCF. And again, also seconding what Rolston said, any support is, of course, subject to availability of resources. We also note that the decision from COP27 on the funding arrangements also underlines that resources should be new and additional. So I think this is also a key aspect here. And so we look forward in the further engagement and exchanges with ExCom on the issues that I mentioned and to any questions that may come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alice, for your presentation, your update, I think we could call it, as you mentioned also. And thanks to both of you also for offering ways in which we can continue our dialogue with you. So we have taken note of that. A presentation maybe following the update of the strategic plan from the DCF, and certainly also, Rolston, your offer to if we can find the appropriate time, venue for it, an informational session. I think you mentioned something for us to consider in our ongoing dialogue with the DCF and the DF, and on which we may also, by the end of this session, agree on a decision for the record from this item. So with that, I'd like to open it up for questions, comments from members. Maud, please.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. It's great to have the Jeff this time present also. So my questions are a bit multifold, mostly for the Jeff, but also some are relevant for the DCF. So you mentioned there's a lot of example of funding that have benefits for loss and damage, but I'm just wondering, like, when you report on that funding, like, I assume it is still tagged as adaptation funding because the Jeff doesn't have a loss and damage window yet, and that's kind of like the first part of my question. And then with regards to like the decisions at COP27, CMA4 to have funding arrangement and a fund for loss and damage, would the GCF be well placed to have a loss and damage window? Is that something that would be feasible with the current working method of the Jeff? And then my other question, I think what you suggested at the end with regard to like a longer session would be really interesting, but I think it would be interesting not only for the ExCom member, but potentially for the members of the transitional committee, or potentially during like one of the 2 workshops that have to be organized by the Secretariat to inform the work of the transitional committee. And then I have one more sub-question that is a bit different, but I'm just wondering if the JAF does any work related to non-economic losses, or we called it yesterday invaluable losses. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for breaking the ice with that set of questions. Let's move over to Rolston immediately. I realized there is a flag going up or down there, and there may be other flags. So, but Rolston, let's start with quickly back to you for your reflections on Maud's questions.
Thank you. This work? Okay, thank you very much. So this is true, yes, the Jeff doesn't have a loss and damage window. There's been no guidance or anything like that for that. But once the funding is in place, as you spoke about the decision from CMA, once the funding is in place and the guidance is given, I think this is a long discussion. Now you have the transitional committee, etc., which will look at this issue. Yes, the Jeff would be in a position naturally to examine this. There are obviously, if you look back at the even recent history, the Jeff set up the CBIT, which was a separate fund. The Jeff is currently setting up a new biodiversity fund. Again, once resources are available, so the Jeff can set up different funds outside of the Jeff Trust Fund to join the family of funds for the Jeff. So this is possible. The other question related to non-economic losses, I think there would be something there. I would have to go through the current adaptation portfolio, but it also may be in other areas such as biodiversity. It may also be there, but again, I think we also need to kind of relook the portfolio through that particular lens of non-economic losses and all of the issues which are in the Paris Agreement as it relates to loss and damage. But I am sure something is there. I mean, upfront we can point to things like comprehensive risk management and other things like that, because those are up front. But I'm sure there's something there. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Thank you, Ralston. I have Frida, Stella, and Ciara. Frida, please.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for these extremely interesting presentations, and especially I appreciate the country examples that you gave for the GEF. I would be very happy to have this presentation, if it's possible that you could share it with all of us. And I'm specifically interested in the example that you presented for Haiti, even though it is not a climate-related event, but I'm interested in the fast flow of funding. If you could explain, the decision were taken in between one day, but how long did it take until really money was flowing into the country? I was interested in that one. And also if you could explain where it is separated to disaster relief or building back better, if this could be really an example for loss and damage, even though it's not climate related, I would like to highlight that again. But is it something that we could look into these kind of example for loss and damage on climate related events? I also appreciate your suggestion to have more detail on the GEF and also GCF. I think we would need both more. And I follow Maud's suggestion to have a more detailed session during the workshops, and also providing more information on how they are working and what are their weaknesses and strengths maybe during the Glasgow dialogue, because I think we have talked about it, but not enough in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida. Let's move on and have Stella next. Stella, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you for the two presentations. My questions relate to actually the activities that are under the ExCom second five-year rolling work plan. One of them is referring to compiling and identifying gaps for carrying out assessments of needs related to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. And I wonder if you could speak to possibly any tools that you have at your disposal that help you in your operations to carry out relevant assessments of needs. And also another area of cooperation between ExCom and the operating entities that is included in our work plan is about clarifying how developing country parties may address, access funding for developing of funding proposals related to the strategic work streams of the work plan. So you have, I think, already alluded to that, and I think that the presentation session that you have suggested would be fulfilling actually information on this activity. So I think it is a good suggestion, and I think that would be definitely helpful for the wider audience, as was already highlighted by both Maud and Frida. Thank you.
I think before moving on, let's pass it over to you, Ralston, and I don't know if Alicia also would like to come in. Ralston, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. The Haiti project was a bit of a fix because it was done under the guise of renewable energy. So it was done under the guise of climate change mitigation in order to get the relief out as quick as possible. So that was how that was packaged, and it was packaged as what the GEF calls at the time a medium-sized project, which gets very, very quick approval. It doesn't have to go to GEF Council for approval. It's immediately approved by the CEO. So from the GEF perspective, it only took basically a day from when we got the message. We had discussions with the bank and IDB, and it only took a day for us to approve. As to how long it took the resources to get down to the country, that information I don't have, but I can get that information for you. And I would suggest it wouldn't have been very long either. It would have been, I think that would have been quite immediate as well. So yes, that was that one. I'm happy to hear that parties are interested in having the more detailed discussions on the JEF. As for the assessment tools, well, as I said, the JEF finances projects, and a lot of that assessment work would be ongoing within the JEF agencies which do that particular type of work and use those type of tools. Now, the JEF would look at and technically review the information to see if it's correct, but that is really something which a lot of the JEF agencies do. I hope I've covered everything. I hope I haven't missed anything there.
Thank you, Ralston. Any comments, observation at this stage, Alicia?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Portier. Yeah, maybe just to add on the assessment, I already alluded to it in my update, is that we, through our readiness program, also provide support to impact and vulnerability studies, data collection and analysis. And for example, this could be as part of our support for national adaptation plans, or as, for example, part of our activities to support setting up of climate information early warning systems in countries, just as some examples. Also as to support for funding proposals development. We have, as I mentioned, a project preparation facility, which already has provided support for projects and programs to develop funding proposals for projects and programs which are also relevant for loss and damage. Again, you can find all examples, well, not all examples, but some examples that we provided in the COP report, in our report to COP, also of specific country activities and where such support was provided. But however, I would like to underline that this support is available to our accredited entities, so that to partners who are actually developing projects and programs and bringing them to GCF later on as funding proposals. So that's how countries can access this support. Over and thanks.
Thank you, Alistair. Back to you, Ralston, before we continue with Shara.
Okay, thanks. Just building on what our colleague from the GCF said, I think that kind of also highlights some of the complementarity issues, because a lot of the work which is ongoing there through the national adaptation plans, then a lot of that information is used to put together many of the project proposals which the JEF then kind of finances. So again, speaking to the kind of complementarity issues which I kind of alluded to earlier, this is a kind of a concrete example there.
Shara, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Ralston, for being here in person. It's great to have you. And I think this has been a really interesting presentation and some great questions already. I know that the ASAG prepared guidance last year that the ExCom endorsed and sent to the SCF. One of those pieces of guidance was related to JEF reporting on some of its support relevant for loss and damage. I know that ultimately did not make it through the guidance process, but I am curious if there are ways to find information around the loss and damage relevant projects that you are supporting, that you mentioned today. I'm also curious whether, and this builds on a question that I had for Chiz in September, whether you include ecosystem restoration in your consideration of what is relevant for loss and damage. As we kind of have had a discussion over the last 2 days, there are quite significant impacts to ecosystems and biodiversity from climate change, including
in the category of non-economic losses. And I know Jeff has particularly a lot of emphasis on ecosystem restoration. So I'm just curious how you consider that. And then also, perhaps building on Frida's question about responding quickly, I'm curious about what actually enables quick response. So in your experience with Haiti, was it that you already had, this entity that was prepared to deliver support on the ground quickly? What actually would enable more rapid response? And I think that's actually quite an important question, because when we talk about rapid response, sometimes we just look at the timeline and don't actually look at what needs to be in place for us to achieve some of those timelines. The last question I have for you, Ralston, and I'm sorry for so many questions, is just the small grants program. And I'm curious if that also does any work that you think may be relevant to loss and damage. I know you focused on LDCF and SSCF. And then for GCF, colleague on the line, thanks for these updates and for your continued engagement with the ExCom. The ASIC has also, I think, as Frode alluded to in his opening remarks, been looking at how to respond to the guidance related to mapping GCF projects relevant to loss and damage to the work streams of the ExCom. And I'm curious how you think we can engage GCF in that work more effectively. I know, again, the ASIG produced guidance to kind of provide a complementary mandate, so to speak, to the one that ExCom has to work on that. And again, I don't think it made it through the guidance process, but hopefully there's still ways that we can work on responding to that mandate we have with you, because I also know there's, it is about GCF support. And so it's hard for us to necessarily move forward without GCF's active engagement. And then maybe just one last question for both our guests, which is, what do you see as your relative strengths in being able to take forward some of this work related to loss and damage? And what are the things that you think you can't or wouldn't be able to without significant changes? And I think that gets to your question, Ralston, about the landscape and the expectations as well. And I think having that kind of input would be quite helpful for us. So apologies for the numerous questions, but really interesting conversation.
Thank you. And given the numerous questions, let's pass it over to first Ralston and then Alicia. Ralston, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will do my best. I will try to answer some of them, and those which I can't immediately answer, I will get back to you on. Now, let me just deal with the information with regards to loss and damage. That is basically found, I think that was compiled basically as it relates to the Jeff database and the Jeff list of projects, and I think some very ingenious person in the Jeff Secretariat has put together all of the data. I think we still need to refine some of that data, but that is where that information is. I think, as many of you may be aware, a lot of the ecosystem restoration work would occur in different focal areas, particularly the biodiversity focal area. A lot of that ecosystem restoration work would occur there. Some would occur within the LDCF and the SCCF through a lot of the ecosystem-based adaptation work, but a lot of that work wouldn't be captured right now by us because a lot of that may occur within the biodiversity portfolio. Now, with the small grants program, I must confess I'm not an expert on the small grants program. I would imagine there are a lot of climate change adaptation, small adaptation projects within the small grants programs which occur. As you know, Small Grants Program has been very successful with the GEF in doing what it does. But that I will be able to double check with you. Now, as for what is required, I think the reason why that was able to go through is that as it relates to Haiti, obviously there was an entity there. We're working with the World Bank. We have the partnerships already in place. So it's quite easy to mobilize and move once we have the partnerships in place to provide the resources and to get things moving. So I think for us, I think the key thing is the partnerships, having the partnerships in place. And that is quite strong thing for the GEF, is that it's a partnership institution. And it has partners like UNDP, the World Bank, African Development Bank. We have many partners which are located globally, which we work with, which cover which cover basically all countries. So I think that is one of the real strengths of the GEF, the ability to manage and move the resources. GEF has been doing it a long time, since its inception. So yeah, I think those are basically the strengths. As for the weaknesses, this one's a little bit more difficult, Sierra. And I think this goes back to the overall landscape. The GEF doesn't have persons on the ground per se, like many of the relief organizations, for example. The GEF simply doesn't have that because it hasn't been set up like that. And that's just a factor. But in terms of managing resources, distribution, technical issues as it relates to projects, well, that's where the possibilities are with the GEF, and that's where its strength is.
Thank you, Elisha. Sorry, thank you, Rolston, and over to you, Elisha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and thanks. I would like also to thank Sierra for this very good question on mapping of GCF supports into WIM ExCom work streams. We have, in our previous presentations to WIM ExCom, had already shown some early assessment of Secretariat, how some of our projects would map into different work streams. At the same time, of course, I would like to underline what I said at the beginning, that in accordance with the existing COP mandate, we are operating within our existing results and investment framework and funding windows and structures. Therefore, it's difficult to differentiate, of course, and we cannot do that from, for example, mitigation, adaptation support. So most of our support relevant to loss and damage would come under, of course, our adaptation pillar or cross-cutting. In that regard, of course, also realizing that we will have soon a new strategic plan. This could also provide opportunities to see how we can further work on this mapping within any new potential strategic objectives and goals that the board may wish to decide on, and which may have relevance to the work on loss and damage. So that's basically what I wanted to say. And also coming back actually on complementarity issue, that's not on this question, but with what was discussed before, also what Rolston mentioned, and would like to give another example. As you know, actually, GEF and GCF, we are working very closely under our long-term vision on complementarity, coherence, and collaboration. And one of our flagships, I would say, is the Great Green Wall initiatives and our work in the Sahel on this. And of course, as one of the main issues which are targeted is desertification, which is also a slow onset event. So I would say this is also a very good example of how the two funds work together to address one of the work streams and one of the issues under the work streams of WIM ExCom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elisha. I have The following on my list, I have Frida, Jerome, Rafik, myself, in addition to which also a number of observers having the flags raised. So Frida first.
Thank you very much, co-chair. And excuse me that I put my finger again on the spot of the Haiti case, but I'm extremely interested in it. And yeah, since we hear developing countries wanting to have a funding arrangement that would be able to pay out very quickly, and that seems to be a very interesting example in Haiti. My question that has not yet been answered is where do you see the difference of a relief funding or a building back better, and what enabled Haiti in that case to request the funding so quickly from Jeff and having it responded so fast? Has this also to do with vulnerability? Does vulnerability play a role in this? And also I would be interested which entity did request the fund and who was finally receiving the funding? Was it the government or an organization or also local community who used the funding? And then, since we are looking more at climate-related disasters, has there been any similar case now with the flooding in Pakistan? Was there also requests to the JEF from Pakistan, or did the JEF provide funding to them? That was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frida. Let's move on to Jerome.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Having these insights thus delivered, I'm of the view actually whether the JEF and GCF could cluster the funding support based on the work streams of the ExCom. This is going to be a very useful analytical tool to ensure that there's really responsiveness in the way funds flow. This is actually part of a forward-looking approach where science is telling us which exposure could be more prevalent, which hazards would be more prevalent, and this is interesting to serve as a good policy basis in determining mobilization for support for the highly affected countries. So in the interest of providing updated real-time funding availability, given the implications of the best available science, and I think that would be useful to analyze things moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome, and then Rafik, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. And thanks to our colleagues from GF and GCF for the useful information. My intervention will be split in three things. First, a remark, and after question, and in good spirit, I will propose two recommendations. So, as you know, you can correct me, JEF finance are additional to climate finance projects provided by GCF, World Bank, MDBs. This is my remark. And you said in your presentation, adaptation projects with loss and damage benefits. There is tools to split between the two things. How we can split between finance only on adaptation and finance to loss and damage. Now, as African, the state of climate finance in Africa report, June 2022, report that adaptation accounted for only 24% of total climate finance needed and identified. As you know, adaptation needs are likely to be underestimated due to the lack of data and technical expertise to estimate the true cost of adaptation and loss and damage. How to deal with this as so the two proposals. First, continuous efforts to streamline and simplify policies and procedures in order to improve access, as well as improve time takes for approvals and reducing the time between projects programs approval and disbursements, including reporting requirements. Second, explore ways in which to improve coherence and consistency between projects, programs, and relevant country plans and strategies, including country ownership, as well as overall impacts of GEF, also GCF, and enhancing ambition. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafik. Let me just add one short question to Alisha and then pass it over to both of you. My question, Alisha, is, if I recall correctly, the GCF tracks its loss and damage portfolio. And also, if I recall correctly, the loss and damage portfolio is somewhere maybe between 25 and 30%, but correct me if I'm wrong, of the total GF portfolio. So my question is, could you kindly correct and maybe update us on the volume of the loss and damage portfolio out of the total GCF portfolio? Thank you. And with that, I'll turn to Ralston first and then to Alisha.
Okay. So, Frida, I'm sorry, I don't think that I've answered you. So, with that project, it's just how the GEF works, where you get the request from the focal point. The World Bank was already on the ground dealing with relief efforts, and working with them, we put together the proposal. The resources naturally go to the World Bank as the implementing agency, and then they would work with an executing agency on the ground, which would then install the relevant equipment. So that's basically worked as a standard GEF project. I don't know of any other similar cases because this was done as an emergency because of that. So for example, with the floods in Pakistan, the issue there, we did not, as far as I understand, there wasn't anything which was done from the GEF, and I'm not sure if there was a particular request. Now, the GEF resources, as we know, the GEF resources to the LDCF and SECF, they're voluntary contributions. I think that we have to remember that, those resources are voluntary, and what we do is look at the linkages with Paris Agreement, with the different areas as it relates to some of the portfolio to see the loss and damage benefits, etc. So that is how that is particularly addressed. So thank for the over to our colleague from the GCF.
Thank you very much for those questions, colleagues, and also co-chair for your question. First of all, I will start maybe on some reflections on what also Rafik mentioned, especially for support for adaptation. Indeed, also fully agree that more efforts are needed also in the light of a decision at COP26 for doubling of adaptation finance. In this regard, would like to also reiterate that GCF is fully committed to maintaining balance in mitigation and adaptation across its portfolio. Now we are very close to it. We are around 49 to 51% in grant equivalent terms. Also, again, relating to what Rafik mentioned, the board is also, of course, considering as part of the deliberations on the new strategic plan, possible ways to speed in terms of access, how the further speed up and simplify access. And then, of course, in this regard, country ownership remains one of our major principles of our operations. And in terms of coherence with national policies and strategies, fully, again, in agreement. And we also, board is considering how within the new strategic plan to continue to support NAPs, NDCs, and long-term strategies. In terms of the question from the co-chair on the quantification of L&D related activities in GCF portfolio, I have to again refer to the current mandate we have to COP25 to operate within our existing results and investment framework. So our results framework has results on mitigation and adaptation. In that regard, it wouldn't allow us to quantify support for loss and damage relevant activities, which would be separated, for example, from adaptation. Having said that, there have been some external studies of quantification, such possible quantification, usually based on taxonomy exercises that provide some numbers, but those are external studies and not related to GCF board or secretariat efforts. So that's what, I would like to say based on this quantification issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to come back again, Alicia, on my question. It was my impression that actually DCF itself also made an assessment on quantifying its loss and damage portfolio, and I seem to recall that to have seen it. I don't know if it's been in one of your previous presentations or otherwise, but maybe not something that has been endorsed by the board, but maybe more informally, other than possibly also the OECD statistics reflecting it. So maybe you can just come back and clarify whether there are informal figures. And I do recall it's around a fourth or third of your portfolio that has been assessed as loss and damage. Back to you.
Yes, actually, Co-Chair, that was also a question, specific question we had during the ExCom 17. And we have actually provided a similar position to what I'm relating today. In terms of external studies, there was a study by Frankfurt School, which tried to, it was a taxonomy exercise trying to map our activities up to B27, if I'm not mistaken. So it's quite already outdated, I would say, in terms of the coverage. It had indeed shown, if I remember correctly, that about a quarter of our project and programs had a direct mention of loss and damage. But again, this is an external study. I would want to underline this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. I think my co-chair has just a follow-up question relating to this.
Thank you, Coach. Actually, it's not a question, but a contributing idea that we support that a separate ExCom briefing of the financing mechanism operating entities. It would be good if we can track the developments following the previous meetings and see how much of the ideas are actually incorporated in the subsequent presentations, because of course parties would need guidance from us, and we also receive guidance from the parties concerning possible action and support, or just like what Maud raised, Nell, something like that. I think we have to be more encouraged to demonstrate action towards AMA on loss and damage, and I think that would be a fruitful strategy henceforth. Thanks, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Jerome. Maybe something that Alicia and Rolson would wish to comment on later. Let's move on. I think now we are moving on to our observers, on which I have 4 requesting for the floor. First, Women and Gender, then UNDRR, then United Arab Emirates, and the Facilitated Working Group, and the Philippines. So, Women and Gender, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to weigh in our comments for this very interesting discussion. First off, we believe that the Loss and Damage Fund must be established as an operating entity, acting as the third pillar of the financial mechanism, which also serves the Paris Agreement, and should be the primary vehicle to coordinate, mobilize, and channel new, additional, adequate, and predictable financial resources for loss and damage. The operating entities of the mechanism of the convention could be requested to consider supporting loss and damage finance under their own mandates, but adequate technical capacity is needed because loss and damage finance is likely to have overlaps, especially with adaptation finance. We would also like to stress our belief that all developing countries should be eligible to receive loss and damage financial support to cover both economic and non-economic loss and damage. And it should be provided the full cost grant funding as an urgent response to rapid onset events, as well as slow onset loss and damage planning and policy frameworks programming. So having said all of our principles aside, I do have some questions for the GEF and the GCF. How do you anticipate finance to be balanced for loss and damage without taking space from adaptation? And with the change to the GCF's governing instrument unlikely, the loss and damage mandate would need to be formally integrated into the GCF's objectives and principles, and the indicators are different from this level of integration. Current GCF resource replenishment levels are insufficient to provide financing to address loss and damage at scale. Financing could be drawn from and potentially drain adaptation finance and thus not guarantee additionality of loss and damage financing and its accounting, which would also be subject to existing programming, funding, and approval modalities, which are all equipped for loss and damage. So given all of these concerns, for instance, how would you respond to the crisis level event in Pakistan or, as mentioned earlier by our ExCom members, where in many cases, 81% of underfunded loss and damage was left to the country to cope with? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Women and Gender, and moving on to UNDRR, Animesh.
Thanks, Co-Chair, and thanks, Ralston. I think it was a very insightful presentation. I think I have a very simple question, and part of which I believe Alicia has already answered from the taxonomy point of view, but was trying to understand in terms of the loss and damage funding. When we say we don't have a loss and damage funding window, how do we distinguish between actions? When we say loss and damage funding, I think we often use the term very loosely. We know we want to talk about avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. And when we try to map avert and minimize loss and damage, how do you distinguish it from your nomenclature point of view from adaptation? And for the time being, would you agree that for actions on avert and minimize loss and damage, adaptation portfolio is the only window that you would have for actions on this? And can you give an example on how that's working out? Very interesting to see you have 110 projects under disaster risk management, for example, between the two funding windows under Jeff. So that's very interesting to see how do we distinguish. For example, activities like early warning system are often under adaptation projects, disaster risk management projects, and is a very concrete avert and minimize action for loss and damage. So I think it's often just about nomenclatures on how do we access funding. It's, I think, a very good idea for some of us to also build upon existing exercises to map what is loss and damage component of these existing funding instruments. Perhaps the work having been done by the Frankfurt School for GCF is a good example. I also know that some work is ongoing for tagging loss and damage components of NAPs, and perhaps we can follow up on that to do it the same for the funding portfolios. And that brings us back to the point I think Mr. Rafiq was also mentioning earlier, that we need a bit of a coherence in funding, and coherence in funding can be ensured only when we have coherence in planning at the country level. If we keep developing different plans, a separate adaptation plan, a separate disaster risk management plan, a separate loss and damage plan, and separate needs assessment plan, and then we talk about coherence in funding, I believe it's a bit counterintuitive. I think it's a question to ourselves as well, that how much do we want funding coherence? And if we want funding coherence, do we not need coherence in planning? and strongly recommend to co-chairs. I think all of these discussions are so interesting. I would strongly recommend to have that separate meeting pretty soon. Perhaps maybe the subsidiary bodies would be a good venue for us to meet together and have a very good brainstorming on these topics to unpack it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Animesh, I'd like to go back to Alston and then Alicia. Alston, please.
Okay, thank you very much for some very interesting questions. So I think for our colleague from the Philippines, I think this goes back to the last slide which I presented, which says that overall, I think we need to have clarity on the mandates for loss and damage and how it relates to adaptation. I think that's a clarity which we all need to sit together and work to provide. I don't think this is something which one institution can address and do by itself. I think this is more of a more comprehensive discussion which should happen with all of us, so we can get some clarity on this particular issue. So as we all know, the GEF there's no finance which is there for loss and damage. The GEF finances adaptation, right? The GEF doesn't have a window of financing, specific financing loss and damage. What we do have is we have loss and damage benefits. We have issues which relate to loss and damage, which are addressed through the projects and through the portfolio. And so, for example, all of the disaster risk management projects obviously would have loss and damage benefits and have addressed issues of loss and damage. But to say specifically that there's a window in the GEF for financing loss and damage, that's not true. We do have all of the loss and damage type activities which relate back are financed through adaptation projects which come from the Least Developed Country Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. And I agree with you, we need to have, our colleague from UNDR, we need to have a more coherent approach. We need some more coherence, we need some more understanding, and we need some more discussion. And that's why I think we also offered to do this additional session. I don't know if the GCF would be interested. I think they would be interested in doing it as well, so we get a better understanding of where we are, who is doing what, where we're going, and what is required. And I think a lot of those questions still need to be answered. We still are quite unclear on those things. That's why I think we need clarity. We need to know the expectations from parties, and we're getting some of those. What are some of those expectations which have been given here from our colleague from Philippines and from other parties like our colleague from Tunisia, our ExCom member. So those are my couple of comments on those questions which we were given.
Alicia, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thanks a lot, colleagues, for these very good questions. And indeed, cannot agree more on with the colleague from the Philippines about the need to see how this new emerging pillar on loss and damage under the convention will play out. But this is, of course, a process that we're also following, the process that is developing under the convention. So we will see how the process is developing there, and of course, also in terms of what the colleague mentioned about the need to possible review of governing instrument of GCF, or whether it allows for GCF to fully engage on this subjects. Of course, this is something we would leave to parties to consider. This also in terms of objectives and principles. This is something for the board to consider. But these are all very good questions, but I don't have the answers to immediate ones, at least. And not something which is in the mandate of the Secretariat to comment on. Also, of course, understanding the overall, we're discussing today that there is a need for some mapping of overall activities which are relevant for averting, minimizing, and addressing. Understanding that also the new the new fund will mostly, as we understand, focus on the addressing pillar, but overall the need to see how what are the complementarities across the board. Also with the, we discussed today with the humanitarian agenda, with the DRR agenda. These are all very valid questions. Some parties also talking about a mosaic of solutions relevant on loss and damage. This is also some very interesting conversations that we will see and we will follow how they develop. And again, also agreeing here with a colleague from UNDRR that it would be important to track L&D support overall globally, to see what qualifies. Again, maybe if we talk about GCF, as I mentioned, we were operating within our existing frameworks, the results and investment frameworks, which have mitigation and adaptation windows. We don't have a separate loss and damage window. That's something I would like to underline again. Very interesting point about NAPS, relation to NAPS. As you would know, GCF is one of the, or maybe the biggest funding mechanism now, which is supporting NAPS. We have about 90 NAP grants approved so far for developing countries. So through our delivery partners, we're supporting NAP and other adaptation processes in the countries. So this would be also interesting to see how they, what relevance they have to loss and damage agenda. Yeah, so that's basically my my reflections on these two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. United Arab Emirates, Mohammed, please. Followed by the FWD.
First of all, thank you for giving me the floor to give my couple of comments and couple of questions. And first of all, I would echo the respected committee members' remarks on the importance of finding the role of GCF and GEF and informing the transitional committee members of the overlap and the synergies between the works that all those funds provide, and how can they envisage the loss and damage fund is going to complement both works. And secondly, also, I would agree with that the process of immobilizing the fund is a key element that's been mentioned from parties. I know I think from my understanding, the GCF, a project that to immobilize a project from a GCF, the average time is more than 600 days. This cannot happen for the loss and damage fund. And this is something we need to put in mind when we inform the transitional committee members in the workshops or in the reports that they will receive. Also, I would echo Rafiq's point on the importance of simplifying the process and making sure that all countries, we level the playing field, all the countries, they understand all the existing funds that they are able to access post any climate disaster onset or slow onset or quick disaster like a hurricane. It's important to know what's available and how can they access it and simplify it for those countries. We brought up the example of Haiti. Maybe they're aware of the process, so they were able to benefit from such example, but maybe Pakistan were not aware of such available resources that they can tap on and try to relieve some of the suffering that the vulnerable community were facing in Pakistan. So it's important to keep that in mind. Regarding the questions, I would echo Frida's point of view that it's important to know the difference between humanitarian aid and how the loss and damage fund can provide the the rebuilding process. It's important. It's not another humanitarian aid. We're talking about the rebuilding process post the climate change. This is where many of the vulnerable parties to the climate change were stating during our consultation with them. And the last point is, I haven't heard. Maybe I missed it, or maybe it was not mentioned during the presentation. Is there are gaps in addressing slow onset events? Would the fund complement those efforts in the GCF, the GF, or even the existing funds outside the UNFCCC process? This is something maybe we should explore more, and also provide information for the transitional committee members so that they provide the best recommendation that complement all the work that's been done in this regards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. The facilitative working group, and I will soon close the list.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of the facilitative working group under the Local Communities and Indigenous Platform. At the same time, I'm speaking based on the experiences of indigenous peoples organizations as well as the other constituencies. Of course, thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. We understand the ambiguities as of now in relation to how this fund will be rolled down. But and it's quite overwhelming also to understand how we should be complementing, how this different funds should be complementing, and should treat loss and damage funds as a separate funds out of the adaptation and other fund allocations that we have under GCF and GEF. However, based on our experiences of, it is really very challenging that these funds will reach indigenous peoples and local communities on the ground, which are on the front lines of these impacts of climate-related loss and damage experiences, as we have presented in the first day. To be more concrete, I think it is also a good suggestion for the GEF and GCF to also consider, aside from the allocations under the NAPS or under adaptation funds, we have this experience with the GEF wherein you have been allocating a small grants program funds through UNDP or other intermediaries, and this would still be recommendable in relation to direct access for local communities and indigenous peoples, women, farmers on the ground. And we hope there will be a specific allocation for loss and damage support, similar to that model of the SGP. But we know it will take some time to really define the guidelines as well as how this will be accessed. But as already mentioned by our representative of the UAE, it's really very important to define and be more simple on how this will be accessed by the countries, as well as from the countries, how will this also be defined by the local governments and in partnership with the local communities, indigenous peoples, and other impacted communities on the ground. Yeah, I think that's, and of course on the GCF, because we have this indigenous peoples policy, I hope we can also integrate some guidelines on how indigenous peoples and local communities can also have direct access and redefine not only as part of the NAPS, but there should be a separate loss and damage support for specific local communities and indigenous peoples on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I'll turn to Ralston and Alisha, and then we'll proceed with the two last speakers, and then we will wrap it up, and I'll be coming back with some suggestions for a couple of decision points relating to this item. So, Ralston first.
Thank you, Chair. Just from our colleague from UAE, I understand where you're coming from with the simplifying of the process, and to look at the difference between humanitarian aid and the post-disaster activities, and that information is well taken and taken on board. The small grants program I know has been quite successful, and I think it's interesting that you have also suggested that a model be put in place for loss and damage on things like that, and that is quite interesting. That's something which needs to be considered in the future if there's any new fund that is addressing L&D. As we know, as I said, the small grants program has been very successful. The GEF does have an Indigenous Peoples policy which is in place, and this always has to be a key aspect of any particular program or project which the GEF finances. And I take the point that it's extremely important that resources get down to the ground. It gets down to the people who actually really need them to respond to the different problems which are happening. And that's something which the GEF understands, and we take your point on this particular issue, but we do recognize how important it is to get those resources down to the ground. That has to be part of any activity which the GEF finances. And those are all my comments there on that, Chair. Over.
Alisha, please.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for this additional comments and questions. But the point well taken from distinguished delegates from United Arab Emirates about the synergies, that they need to underline synergies between funds and inform potentially the work of the transitional committee. As I mentioned before, we have ready fully as requested and as relevant to provide support to the work of the transitional committee and the technical support unit. Also, in terms of the access and simplification, access, the speed and simplification aspects, as I mentioned before, the board has taken important steps recently in that area, including, for example, simplifying further some procedures in our updated simplified approval process, SAP. There are some important simplifications that were taken to facilitate faster approval times, and the envelope under this modality was increased from 10 to 25 million, just to mention one example. Also, in terms of our processes, we continually improve the times needed for the review of the funding proposals. Also, time that is needed from the, for example, proposal review to the first disbursement, which is now 16 months and continues to fall. So really, we've been implementing these operational improvements in the past years to improve our processes, which allow to really decrease those times. As to also the questions and suggestions about the involvement of Indigenous peoples, again, cannot agree more about this important subject, and also to mention that additional to the policy that we had on Indigenous peoples policy, we also now have Indigenous peoples advisory group established and already operational in GCF, so which also is mandated to provide support and recommendations to the board on the subject as necessary and as relevant. So this is also something, a new development, relatively new development, that would like to inform our colleagues about. Thank you.
So now moving on to the Philippines, followed by the IOM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the presentation. It's great to have the GEF this time present.
Good morning, colleagues, members of WIM ExCom. The Philippines welcomes the developments of the 18th WIM ExCom in advancing the agreements from COP27. The decision to establish a funding arrangement, including constitution of a fund, is a breakthrough, even if there remains the long and arduous task of designing and executing them. Financing is a critical means of implementation, which constitutes the ability to enable developing countries to survive the challenges of climate change. To produce economies of scale needed to mitigate the impacts of increasing loss and damage over time, country parties should come together to efficiently consolidate resources, plan and enable their efficient distribution according to the hierarchy and geographic distribution of needs. The Philippines conveys the urgent call for concrete action and measures to make funding easily and readily accessible. This will allow developing countries to immediately respond to economic and non-economic losses associated with slow and extreme weather events. We need to fast-track the establishment of a focused funding arrangement and facility on climate-related losses and damages as soon as possible. A well-planned and sequencing of available funding from the operating entities of the financial mechanism will provide timely and orderly financing of needs, starting with the understanding of the behavior and manifestation of hazard impacts through comprehensive risk management approaches, or CRMA. As such, the guidance from UNDRR on best approaches to risk assessment may be considered to put in motion a country's anticipatory adaptation strategy. For the Philippines, we urge the adoption of a blended approach in financing, including for loss and damage, grants, investment, and subsidies as appropriate, on the needs and nature of operations of public and private stakeholders. Access to climate finance must be streamlined and simplified from all potential sources globally, including grants from the operating entities of the financial mechanism and other highly concessional forms of financing. This system of coherent financing, including outside infusion, such as private sector investments and public sources, should be formalized under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement system of protocols and means of implementation through appropriate decisions and guidance documents. This will be completed by a monitoring and evaluation system for timely adjustments and improvements. To close, the Philippines reiterates the message from previous sessions on the need to urgently accelerate investment-led transformative global climate actions. And we also like to pose the critical question of how should WIM collaborate with operating entities to fulfill WIM's mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippines, for your contribution, your rich contribution. And moving on to the IOM.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the presentations. I thought it was really interesting to see the different thematic areas covered by existing GEF projects. What was striking to me is that issues around human mobility were not sort of well reflected, although there are many elements that are relevant, including, for example, agriculture and the DRM funding and so on. But overall, it still seems that there's somewhat of a gap, which is something that IOM has been highlighting at different times throughout this week. Now, where rapid onset events affect mobility, for example, essential needs and costs are likely to stem from disaster preparedness and response, as well as shelter building and rebuilding of homes, of infrastructure and livelihoods, either in situ or elsewhere. Where slow onset climate and environmental change affect mobility, essential needs and costs are likely to stem from things like planning for and implementing relocation and re-establishment, including of homes, infrastructure and livelihoods on which communities depend. And beyond these sorts of tangible needs, of course, as we've also discussed throughout the week, intangible needs like non-economic losses, social capital, culture, etc., must also be addressed. Now, the actual costs of climate mobility will, of course, vary according to location, climate change impacts, and mobility responses, amongst many other factors. But there are some indicators of the costs involved in some instances. For example, a planned relocation of the Fijian village of Vunidogaloa, which commenced in around 2014 and affected about 100 households, cost somewhere in the order of $980,000 which with the government contributing around 740,000 and the remainder coming from other sources. And these are not insignificant amounts for communities and government. So when it comes to the discussions on the new loss and damage funding arrangements, these sorts of issues need to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now I'll turn to final observations from Ralston and Alisher, and then we will move on and I will propose the way forward. Ralston, please, for your final comments.
Thank you very much for your comments, particularly from IOM and colleagues. Just a couple of things. In the GEF strategy for adaptation for the period 2022 to 2026, one of the additional priorities is to look at initiatives to address the impacts of climate change on migration and displacement. And that's relates to the Special Climate Change Fund. So there is a kind of been a stakeholder there to start to look to address some of those issues on migration. I perhaps would like to have a little further talk with you after on how we can look at that. And just here, thankful for the discussion, thankful for all of the thoughts, all of the information that we have received. As I said, the GEF can do a lot more if the GEF has a lot more resources to address many of the issues and concerns that the country has. And I look forward to working with you more on these particular issues on this. And I think that's it from me until a little bit later, unless I'm here for the rest of the week. If anyone wants to have any bilateral discussions or wants me to get any more information for them. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ralston. Alisher?
Mr. Co-Chair, just to, in terms of the last two comments, understanding that there were no direct questions, but just to, of course, echo the importance of blended finance approach, which was mentioned by colleagues, and also the importance of consideration of the human mobility component is indeed very important topics. In terms of overall exchange today, would like to thank again the committee and the co-chairs for this opportunity to engage. Of course, we are now in a very important juncture in terms of a loss and damage, emerging loss and damage pillar under the convention, and we as GCF will be following very closely developments in this regard. And also, as I mentioned, this is a very a key year for GCF as we are entering into our really decisive period for the replenishment for GCF2 and also for the finalization of the new strategic plan for 2024-2027. So in this regard, we look forward to further exchanges, as was also mentioned today, in the opportunities, also probably jointly with our colleagues from GEF, and engage further. And there will be, I guess, a lot of opportunities at different meetings this year related to loss and damage agenda for such exchange. Also, of course, we follow the developments under the Santiago network. We would like to see, of course, who will be the host organization, and which will be announced, of course, at COP28, and to engage with the Santiago network once its institutions are put in place and it's fully operationalized. Once again, thank you very much, colleagues, and wish you the best for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you very much, both of you, for being with us. Wolston here in the room, and you are available throughout this meeting until we are ending tomorrow. So I think that offers some opportunities for bilateral conversations. And Alicia, for being with us throughout this session. I think it demonstrates the good dialogue we are having with both the DF and the DCF. Continued dialogue, and thanks for all the many contributions around the table here from members of ExCom and also a very active engagement by observers in this session. I think it illustrates the importance of having a good conversation and a good dialogue with the entities of the financial mechanism. So thanks for that, and in line with that, I think we should capture this morning session with a decision point or two that reflects the importance of the issues that we've been discussing, and also maybe reflecting the offers that have been made from the DF and the DCF to continue to be available for informational sessions, presentations along the way. Also taking note of observations made that maybe in the context of the 2 workshops planned, the Glasgow Dialogue, and or the meetings of the Transitional Committee, but I believe it's beyond the control of ExCom to make that decision, but we're making note of those comments, of course. And we can maybe even convey some of it to the relevant authorities or bodies for consideration. But again, I would like to suggest the first decision point out of 2 reflecting this. The second one that I'm going to propose is that given we have now had this dialogue with the DF, the DCF, we have touched on the least developed country funds both today and at ExCom 17, the Special Climate Change Fund as well. And having heard also, I think, during this meeting, suggestions that we also engage with the Adaptation Fund, that might be something that we consider going forward. So therefore, and maybe with the assistance of the Secretariat, we could have on the screen what the co-chairs are proposing as decision points to take away from this session. The first one, and I'm read it out as maybe, I don't know, Miva, if you can pull it up. It might be on its way on the screen. So the first one would be that the to invite the Adaptation Fund to the next meeting of the ExCom to initiate a dialogue under an appropriate agenda item. The last part of that sentence reflecting that we would have to make amendments to the agenda item under which we have been so far discussing this. So these are the suggestions by the co-chairs, and I see Sierra, please.
Thanks, Broda, and I think it would be helpful to have some time to consider these. On the second decision point, I actually didn't hear anyone mention the Adaptation Fund in this conversation. And so I'm curious where this decision point is in fact coming from. Also, just as a reminder, I believe the mandate to the ExCom is to collaborate with the operating entities of the financial mechanism, and the adaptation is not, in fact, an operating entity. So again, it would also be helpful to hear under what mandate we would be taking this action forward. So those 2 clarifying questions would be quite helpful. And I think also we have been quite efficient this meeting, but we have quite a bit of work ahead of us. And as always, our meetings are quite crowded. So would also just like to think about how this would fit into our larger agenda.
Thank you for that, Shara. And we will indeed, of course, allow members to reflect and comment on it, also not only now, but also circulate it for a written procedure, if you will. And on the adaptation fund, yes, it's not, while it's not under the financial mechanism and therefore not necessarily mandated, I think it is a fund that belongs somehow to the family of funds under the convention, on which members made reference, not today, not during this session, Shara, but I heard at least one member referring to it earlier on during our ex-committee meeting. And maybe that comes from an interest in exploring also a dialogue with the Adaptation Fund, getting to know the strengths and limitations in terms of how the fund is working, and also the ways in which the Adaptation Fund is making use of innovative ways of mobilizing funding, which is one of the key aspects of new funding arrangements. I see Angela.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, let me thank the JEF Secretariat as well as the GCF for the presentation and inputs and general comments. I think it's really useful to receive the information and continue working with them towards, receiving additional information that could help us to, to improve our discussions here. On the decision points, Chair, just let me say, in terms of the decision point 2, just to highlight that in the previous ExCom meeting, Colombia highlighted the importance to invite also the Adaptation Fund. I think it's important to consider other funds, even if it is not a part of the financial, mechanism. I mean, just to say that I think it's important to allow other funds to provide inputs in terms of what type of work they are doing and how to create synergies and how to receive information in terms of, or provide inputs in terms of the things or co-benefits that could have their activities in terms of loss and damage. So I see the added value in terms of inviting them to participate and to have a dialogue with them in terms of the work that they are doing. So just to support the initiative to have the Adaptation Fund as part of the decision points. Thank you.
Camilla.
Thank you, Frodo. I just wanted to come in after Angela to confirm that it was a discussion that we'd had, perhaps more in, outside of the official meetings, on the usefulness of having the Adaptation Fund. And to respond to Sierra, while it is not part of the SCF, it is a fund that does provide within its mandate support that is adjacent to loss and damage, and that also supports actions of loss and damage. And it will be helpful to have the information both for our work within the action and support work stream, and to be aware of how technical assistance and loss and damage projects are being funded within the broader convention, as well as for any information that will help us in guiding the Glasgow dialogue or in supporting the work of the transnational community on having information on what are the available resources and inform our work accordingly. So I would support for that decision.
Shara, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the point that the Adaptation Fund does, in fact, provide support relevant to loss and damage. They presented such at the Glasgow Dialogue last year. And perhaps one way to respond to Camila's suggestion is that the liaisons or the champions for the Glasgow Dialogue take into consideration the information that was shared today and consider, how also to include the Adaptation Fund. I think that the ExCom specific work related to the funding arrangements is somewhat limited in terms of we will be providing potential input to the Glasgow dialogue, but inviting them to a September meeting will not actually influence that process. And so I just would like us to stick to the mandate in this particular case. This seems to be reaching outside our current mandate, and it doesn't actually tie specifically to some of the activities that I've heard mentioned so far. So if there are clear activities, perhaps our colleagues could share what those activities are.
Rita?
Thank you very much. For the first decision point, I would like to suggest that we make a reference to the 2 workshops and the Glasgow dialogue that will inform the transitional committee. I know that is not our mandate, but maybe we can welcome the suggestion here from several members and also observers that we have Jeff and GCF, and I think also in this relation the adaptation fund would be interesting to have more information or informational sessions in this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frida. Just a quick comment on this suggestion, and we heard also others actually indicating the potential relevance of this in the context of the workshops and also the Glasgow dialogue or the meetings of the transitional committee, but I believe it's beyond the scope of what we as ExCom are able to decide. So it's a thought that was brought to the table here that we can convey either as individual members of the ExCom or otherwise informally to those that are responsible for arranging the workshop, but I'm not sure we can make a formal decision on it because it's beyond our scope. I recognize Rafik and then Maud.
Thank you, Chair. For the first point, we need it need to be more specific, especially when you said and decided to continue the dialogue. Continue on what? Many issues. So I think there is, from this discussion, there is we can discuss about 3 things: the coherence, the access, and how to enhance flows of finance. I think we need to be more specific about that. For the point 2, I fully agree, and it's needed. As you know, the adaptation fund now is in the crossroads, especially with Article 6. And now Article 6 is, we still negotiate Article 6. And our role as ExCom, we need to help our colleagues from Adaptation Fund Committee to discuss with them on the ways how to integrate loss and damage in their programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafik. I believe that when we look at what we have suggested on the screen here, one of the ways in which we suggest this being formulated is at a relatively generic level. I realize we can elaborate a lot, Rafik, on what more in detail we would like to get out of this dialogue, as also today this dialogue has been very rich and we have been diving down into very relevant issues under the surface of this dialogue. But I'm not. I hesitate a little bit if we should make use of these decision points in that detail, because obviously a decision point that reflects the discussion in a manner that we have proposed here on the screen allows us, as we approach the next ExCom meeting and beyond, to be much more elaborate on what we would like to focus in on. So I just want to make that observation, and also maybe an observation related to your comment, Shara. what is the mandate of the ExCom and what is not the mandate of the ExCom. I believe maybe even if it's not formally within a mandate, it doesn't necessarily exclude the ExCom from also inviting the adaptation fund. Maud, please.
Thank you very much. And so just 2 points. I think decision point 1 is good, but I also would be really happy to have a mention of the proposal by the GAEF Secretariat with regard to that more detail or presentation or workshop that we could have with the WIM ExCom. I understand that I like the proposal by Frida, but I understand that it's probably like beyond our mandate, but maybe something that the champion for the Glasgow Dialogue could consider, because if it's not at the workshop, it could be something that we have at the Glasgow Dialogue, but I will leave that to the champion. But if there's appetites from other WIM ExCom member, maybe we could mention the possibility of having that more detailed session or deep dive session with the Jeff. And just on the adaptation fund, I actually quite like this idea because I think it's novel. It's not something that we've had before, interaction with the adaptation fund. And I know there's not necessarily like a mandate from a decision, but I think it fits with the third function of the WIM. So I think it can be interpreted as being part of what the WIM ExCom is supposed to implement.
Let's take the last speakers and see where we are. I think I have Shara and Angela.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that the adaptation fund is relevant to this conversation. I think they are, in fact, a relevant actor, but I, again, just don't see how, where they're going to be fitting into our work and our mandate. There's plenty of relevant actors out there. We could invite, representatives from UN OCHA to come speak about SURF. We could come and invite, the many different funds, UN OPS to come and talk about the multi-partner trust fund on migration. I think I'm concerned that there is a huge universe of funds. There has been given a specific mandate to a transitional committee to explore that landscape, to work through those issues related to who is active in this space and how to engage them in broader funding arrangements, including a new fund. And I hope that the ExCom can support that through its work. But I guess I'm just still to be convinced that we should focus specifically on the adaptation fund at our next meeting versus some of these other funds. I guess I'm just curious if our colleagues could provide some more details, specifically why the adaptation fund, how it specifically fits into our mandate and our work plan. And I'm not hearing those comments yet.
Angela and then Jerome.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just to reiterate what is my position on the adaptation fund, and to me it's quite confused when some ExCom members highlight that we are going beyond our mandate. To me, it's clear that we have in the work plan an activity 6, which is enhanced engagement and partnership with relevant constitutive bodies. And in these activities, we have the possibility to invite representatives of the constitutive bodies to attend meetings of the executive committee. So according to that mandate, we can invite the adaptation fund to participate and provide us input. So I don't see the point in terms of saying that we cannot invite the adaptation fund to participate and provide us, information in terms of the activities that they are doing that could help us to, to implement or to see what are the funds that we have available in terms of loss and damage. That's the first thing. We have an activity in the work plan that is clear in terms of inviting other constitutive bodies to attend our ExCom meeting. And in terms of, if I'm not wrong, I understood that some parties would like to to make a reference in terms of the transitional committee and discussions in the first decision point, and invite the GCF and the JEF in workshops and these kind of things. I think it's too detailed. My preference is to have the decision point in a general terms instead of going into detail what type of participation we are looking for. The GCF and the JEF in the transitional committee or discussion. I think perhaps at some point, I mean, we need to leave it this kind of recommendations to the transitional committee, and they have to discuss, you know, the rules and how they want to deal with the discussions. And in terms of the SERF or other funds that could, you know, provide information and inputs, I'm not against of having other funds in these kind of meetings. I think that could be useful to hear other views, and the SERF could be an option also that we could invite for the next meetings and receive information on the things that they're doing, and perhaps we can replicate some of the, you know, their work, and will provide inputs for the transitional committee and for our discussion. So I'm open to find other ways. But just to say that we have a clear mandate to invite other constitutive bodies in the ExCom meetings. Thank
you. Jerome, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. This is just to, you know, to affirm the interest of the members to explore means how to address option number 2 or decision point number 2, because I think there are ways to explore mapping of all sources of support in this time of, you know, accelerating impacts of climate change, and we are not actually restricted. In fact, we are even encouraged to be creative to find new ways, solutions to address all these needs. Thanks, Co-Chair. I trust you will have a good decision number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I'm sure we could prolong this discussion. I feel kind of that we should put it out. I mean, put it out there for our consideration within the time that we will allow ourselves during this meeting now, because also, as we've been doing with the previous decisions, of course, this is not the final word. It's a draft by the co-chairs for consideration within a certain time limit. And we can consult among ourselves, we can consider among ourselves on this without going down to wordsmithing. But I think there is a discussion. Of course, we are hearing that there are arguments for and against, including the adaptation fund. It could not, I mean, invite the adaptation fund and other entities. It's not like it's confined necessarily, but I think the adaptation fund stands out in the sense that it belongs to the UNFCCC's family of funds, just as the SCCF, the LDCF that we have already covered. So from that perspective, it's distinct from other funds that are outside the UNFCCC. So my suggestion is that we do put them out and circulate them for your consideration, and any feedback that you may have, and also allowing us to consult and discuss and consider whether that is the way forward on this, from this agenda item. I saw, Rafif, your flag coming up and down again. It's down again. So, all right. So that would be my proposal, and definitely allows you to give your feedback and your comments, as we've already heard now, coming back to us in writing, and then we'll see where we are. And I believe we will probably set a time frame on these two sometime by the end of today, so that we are not ending up towards the end of our ExCom meeting with a discussion around these decision points. So that's the proposal moving forward, and apologize for having gotten a little bit into our coffee break. We will now break for coffee, and we will resume after the coffee break with item 12, and then we will turn to the work stream on human mobility, which I believe, Maud, you will facilitate. I see you're nodding. So there's coffee break now, and we will convene. Let's say we allow ourselves still a 30 minutes break, so that's 11:40. We're back here in the room, sharp. Thank you.
our meeting, we will now tackle item 12. ExCom Work Plan Workstream D on Human Mobility. We are very much privileged to have Maud facilitate that. Maud, please.
Thank you very much, Jérôme. So I'll provide a little bit of an update on the work of the task force on displacement so far. So the members of the task force on displacement, currently the champions, are Kasia and I, who are returning champion, and we have two new champions, which are Afij and Rafik. So we're really happy to have you join the work of the TFD. So the current plan of action for the TFD was updated and endorsed at the ExCom 17. So last fall, it was considered at COP27. And so we're starting its implementation right now this year. We had an initial meeting to kickstart the implementation of the plan of action on February 2nd, where we discussed how to progress work on the new plan of action. So here's an overview of what the thinking is for each of the activities under each desired impact. So we split the plan of action under 3 desired impact, which the first one is fostering shared understanding. So for the first activities of the plan of action, which is organizing a stakeholder meeting by mid-2023 on implementing the TFD recommendation and enhancing linkages with the Global Compact for Migration and Global Compact on Refugees. We were in contact with the UN Network on Migration Secretariat, and they're willing to collaborate with the Task Force on Displacement on this activity. We started an initial brainstorming, and a PDD offered to host this activity consultation or meeting workshop. And so far, the location of venue is still to be confirmed, and other members will also internally explore their contribution and kind of otherwise. Next step for this activity will be that member from ILO, IOM, PDD, and UNHCR to draft a concept note, including defining a set of deliverables for this activities. And there was a few ideas that were discussed during our meeting for these activities, that we could potentially have a 2-day meeting either in May or in June, kind of like an in-person workshop style with virtual participation possibly. I know it was also mentioned that this consultation could serve to inform the technical guides, that it should bring different communities of practice and stakeholders together with a bridge across various constituencies. And yeah, basically that's what it is. And so I'll let experts come in on this activity later after I'm done with the initial briefing, if there's updates on these activities, if it has progressed forward since our last meeting on February 2nd. For the activity 2 in their plan of action was a briefing for the ExCom member on the work of the TFD. So I just want to really thank the IOM for their presentation during the all ExCom member meeting on Monday. And so this is an activities where there could be more briefing on different type of work. So if there is interest from expert member in the future, we welcome their input either now or you can contact the champions. Under the other desired impact to support parties with practical user-friendly tools for implementing the TFD recommendation. So here we have the 3 technical guides that the TFD is planning to develop. So there is a few general reflection on those technical guides, and I know we discussed that yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat general reflection we had yesterday, but from our February 2nd meeting, we mentioned that it was important to draw from the youth perspective and wider end user perspective. I think this one mentioned that we were planning an outline structure by May, and then ideally to have a final product by September 2023. So the first of the technical guide that we're developing is on non-economic losses in the context of human mobility. So as was mentioned by Angela yesterday, there was an initial meeting on February 24th to initiate discussion with the NELS. And so, yeah, there was a lot of experts who asked for further guidance on the technical guides. So I'm not going to repeat this because we're going to have a small group of champions continuing this discussion. So I'll skip on this one. The other technical guide that the TFD is going to develop is on interlinkages with human mobility, climate change into relevant national climate change processes, such as the process to formulate and implement NAPs in collaboration with the LEG. So on the meeting in February 2nd, we had representatives from the LEGs that were present. And yeah, the work is also underway, but if there's updates if there's some of those experts that are present and wish to provide additional update, they may come in during this session. The other technical guide that we have is on accessing finance for averting, minimizing, addressing the impact of displacement in collaboration with the expert group on action and support. So for this one, the lead for this activity was PDD, but there was also a need to have a joint meeting with ASEG to see how we could have synergies on this activity. So I think maybe we would ask the Secretariat to assist us on this one to progress maybe as soon as possible if we can. Moving to the third desired impact for the plan of action on increased visibility and impact of the TFD, including by increasing user friendliness of its product. So the activity, I don't know, the numbers are a bit confusing in the POAs, but it's either 6 or 7. Organizing events in relevant forum, regional climate week, NAP Expo, UNFCCC negotiating session to present the work and vision of the TFD. So on that one, the TFD had reached out to LEG on how to participate in the NAP Expo that is going to take place in March. And so far, the response to this has been that the LEG is welcoming that the IOM is planning an event during the NAP Expo. So this is not an official TFD meeting, TFD activity, but it could inform the work of the TFD and of the ExCom. On the next activity, 7, about developing and disseminating product to effectively communicate recommendation on integrated approach, including technical guide, knowledge product, etc. So that one is, if I'm correct, it's in line with the one from the 5-year rolling work plan. At this point, we think this is an activity that is relevant for all the expert groups and the full ExCom. So this could include updating the TFD page on the UNFCCC website to make it more inspiring, having UNFCCC posting about the TFD on social media, but also considering developing infographic and visual publication. But maybe this is something that we could discuss with other expert groups to see if they had ideas to enhance dissemination of their product as well. Finally, for activity number 8, which was with supporting the organization of ExCom outreach events. So just like previously here, the TFD actively contributed to the event at COP27, and we encouraged the outreach champion to involve the expert members also this year in this year's outreach event. They can support in proposing speakers, disseminating relevant information, and support with technical knowledge. So at this point, I'm going to turn to experts. If there's any expert members of the TFD that would like to comment to provide additional updates on this, I will give you the floor. IOM.
Hello again, everybody, and thank you very much for giving IOM the floor. I just wanted to start actually by thanking very much our champions for their ongoing engagement in this TFD process, and to all members of the group as well for the continuing collaboration as well. I think Maud, you've already provided quite a comprehensive overview of the latest updates from the group. So I won't repeat that, but what I will do is just to elaborate a little bit perhaps on some of the work being undertaken to support the development of the technical guide on integrating human mobility into NAPs and NDCs. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, IOM is developing a guidance manual which is intended to provide user-friendly, step-by-step guidance and tools to governments and other stakeholders to mainstream migration into different adaptation planning and communication tools, including NAPs. And currently, IOM is working with our government counterparts in Moldova, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, the Marshall Islands, and soon Pakistan as well, to mainstream the migration, environment, and climate change nexus into the NAPs in those countries. And the draft guidance manual will be reviewed by sectoral government entities in the Central Asian countries that I mentioned in particular. And through the partnership with these sectoral government entities, we hope to lead to more informed policies and practices, and for sectoral government entities to further integrate climate migration into relevant national policies and programs in order to enable migrants and their families to contribute to and benefit from climate change adaptation, and to sort of avert, minimize, and address some damage as well. And this also means that the TFD technical guide will be informed by experience and practices identified through our engagement with the countries mentioned. Maybe just as a broader point as well, I just wanted to highlight that we've seen some quite important advances on the issue of human mobility within the UNFCCC context. And the work that has been done within the TFD and that will be done over the course of this year, for example, on mobilizing stakeholders around the TFD's recommendations, developing technical guidelines on a range of issues, and supporting advocacy in other multilateral events and processes will be important to advancing the issue further. But of course, this is very much an ongoing conversation, and there's still much to be done to integrate and properly consider human mobility across the UNFCCC's relevant work streams. I highlighted already this morning the important links with the loss and damage financing discussions, and we've also heard over the course of this week that human mobility is an important and relevant consideration in the context of looking at non-economic losses as well as slow onset processes, and might add links to the adaptation streams to that as well. But all this just to say that the TFD's work and increasingly of other expert groups part of the WIM are important to advancing the discussion in a comprehensive way. And so from the IOM side, we very much stand ready to work with all our partners to further elevate the issue of human mobility considerations within the UNFCCC's decision-making bodies. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, IOM. I also invite questions from ExCom members or from observers also at this point. Feel free to raise your flag if you have any questions. FWG?
Yes, thank you. It's not exactly a question, but a comment. So thank you for your introduction. And I just wanted to point to the technical guidelines, and that in line with also the facilitative working group mandate, to our specific activities under our work plan will contribute to reinforce the collaboration with other constituted bodies. And we have two of our activities, activity 4 and 5, which focuses on capacity building and development of training and other materials. So I think our activities, work activities and outcomes here can contribute to the technical guides that the ExCom is developing under this item, but also on the other technical guides that we discussed yesterday that we already have on our program to develop training materials, and that can be useful for your work. Also, when it comes to this particular theme on human mobility, I appreciate the awareness about minimizing, averting and minimizing and addressing non-economic losses in the context of human mobility. And to quote one of my Inuit colleagues who some years said that climate change and adaptation should not become another step of assimilation. So it's very important to have this awareness in the work. So we appreciate that very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and really helpful to know that some product of the FWG could contribute to our technical guide. We'll definitely be in touch. Sierra?
Yes, thank you, Maud, for facilitating the discussion and providing this update, and also thank you to IOM for their work and for their update as well. And apologies if I missed this, but I know that in the plan of action, it does suggest that that technical guide on integrating human mobility in national adaptation plans and other national planning processes, that there would be collaboration with the LEG, and it would be helpful just to hear how that has been going, or what outreach there has already been on that front, given that they are an important actor on national adaptation plans.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. So some members of the LEG were invited to our meeting on February 2nd, and we already exchanged some information on the development of the technical guide. So the experts that are leading on that technical guide will continue to interact with the members on the LEG as they develop the guide, the technical guide. Okay. So, Andrea from the International Treaties of Council.
Thank you, and thank you to our young runner here for keeping him hopping. Regarding the issue of human mobility, I think it's important to recognize that there are indigenous peoples like my Yaqui Nation that are divided by colonial borders, which impede our mobility, which is a natural mobility within our territories, and therefore decrease our capacity for adaptation, and even things like seed trading, taking animals back and forth, of course, access to cultural sites and practices, all of those things. My nation is divided by the border between the United States and Mexico, which is a very seriously maintained border, and we have 8 traditional communities on the side of Sonora, Mexico, and 6 on the side of Arizona, United States, including a federally recognized reservation. So this needs to be, I think, considered as well, is the impact of the international borders on preventing the original or traditional mobility, and this especially affects pastoralists, farming peoples, but all indigenous peoples that are divided by the colonial borders. It's a impact of decreasing our capacity for adaptation, and also many other negative impacts on us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comment. UNDR?
Thank you. Thanks, Maud, for facilitating. Just a couple of information which might be relevant. One for the technical guide for the NAPS. So a couple of years back, partnering with PDD, IOM, UNHCR, and others, we had developed a words into action guideline, as we call it, under Sendai framework for integrating displacement into DRR strategies at national and local level, concerning that the people who are working on the NAP supplement are the same. It will be good to ensure that they build upon what already exists and perhaps use it for further ensuring coherence across DRR strategies and NAPs, displacement being the common denominator. A second on data, yesterday I mentioned about the advances we have made in losses and damages tracking. And one of the indicators there is on displacement as well. So we are already in discussion with IOM as well, who are coordinating together with PDD and others the development of a set of indicators that will further structure data collection on displacement. And once that process is over, while we also add it to our loss and damage tracking system, we would also make an attempt to add it to the Sendai framework monitoring system as a custom indicator so that official reporting by governments on this indicator can be further facilitated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aminesh. Yeah, sorry, I can't really see your flag, but you have the floor.
Yeah, this is Nikki Batangay of Tubtuba Foundation. Just a curiosity question about human mobility. Are you, in the technical guides, are you also considering human mobility exacerbated by climate change, but it is originally caused by developmental aggression or conservation interventions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. That is a really interesting point. At this point, I don't think I have the answer, but I will definitely reach out to the experts and we can get back to you on this. Thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. And I'll give the floor back to the co-chair. Thank you. Cheshire, sorry, we didn't see your hand, but please, you have the floor.
And hello to everyone. Good morning. Yes, this is the first time I take the floor today. Being one of the champions together with Maud, I don't really have anything to add to her very comprehensive overview and to what was added by the experts. Also, a big thank you to those that contributed with input. And if you are able to send links to the different documents that you referenced, I think that would be super useful, not least the guidance from UNDRR on disaster risk reduction planning and mobility. I think that would be indeed a good inspiration for our work. So I just wanted to say, and also to the colleagues from the LSIP as well, super happy to get any further details on that information as well. So that's all I wanted to say now. Thank you very much. And thank you, Maud, for leading us through this session.
Colleagues, item 12 is now concluded, and Camila will then convene that small group to discuss the activities for the 10-year anniversary commemoration. So, colleagues, we can take early lunch, and we shall be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
But those participants in the room, today the lunch will be served in the room Sarika or Sarika. It's the one after where you had lunch yesterday, but it's in the same direction on your left. It is not ready at this point, but it will be ready shortly before 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, colleagues in the room and virtually, joining us virtually. This is just to announce that we will start shortly. We're just waiting for a few colleagues, including a colleague planned to facilitate this session. So bear with us. Good afternoon again. Welcome back after the break. And also for those of you joining us virtually, welcome back. We're ready now to resume our meeting, starting now after this break with item 8, and that is to continue considering our ExCom work plan, the cross-cutting issues, activities, with a focus on activities 4 and 13. And with this, I would like to hand it over to Sarah, and thanks, Sarah, for being willing to facilitate this afternoon session on this. And once we have been addressing these issues, we will then get back to you on how we may organize the remaining part of the afternoon, subject to how this session now goes. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Frode, and yeah, happy to. Oh, Kaisa, I hear you can't hear me. Is that a mic problem or maybe a tech issue? Yesterday afternoon, after our previous plenary discussion on this topic, I expanded on kind of the summary, which included several decision points. I think there are 3 decision points. And then a kind of internal document that we can share with our expert groups related to the process for developing and getting our technical guides and other knowledge products endorsed. I know several people have already read and provided comments, both on the decision points and also that internal document. And we now have a new draft, which the Secretariat just sent to members. So it may be helpful to look at that. I know there were some minor changes in language, but at this point, it may be helpful to begin with if there are any larger substantive concerns with either the decision points or the document. And if this is in fact what our members intended to come out of the discussion on technical guides. So I will pause there and see if there's any thoughts around whether this does in fact meet the intention for this product and whether there's other substantive concerns. It looks like something's happening. All right, I'm trying a new mic. Online participants, can you hear better? Same thing. Apologies to everyone in the room. Please bear with us while we work on the technical issue. And for the ExCom members that are present, we encourage you to read the new document.
Hey. Hey. Padinig na ito sa live. Check. 1, 2. Ganun pa rin.